former President Trump. This week, he hosted his second annual Global Initiative Tour in the new year. More than 7
Just had the helicopter yesterday.
Colored paper. Years until 2009. The veterans had to say every time.
그리고 이쪽으로 가면 이 앞에 그 사람들 들어갔습니다.
He was a monster.
I was in my car pretty late in the night. There was a male on screaming at 911. Right when I pull into the driveway, front door opens. And a man walks out of the house. But never stop working. Karen and Kimmy were great neighbors. We all became friends and being neighbors, small town. Everybody, barbecues and hanging out together. She wanted to just love him, and she loved me.
Even the bathtub.
And she was getting out to a lot of the once out in the bed down the street.
That's some of the clothing up outside of that floor. We have wet towels behind the door. You asking yourself that means what? From the beginning, it looks odd. Dan Howard worked as a identity police trooper. Dan knows things that most normal people, ordinary people don't. Things like killing someone is much more like a suicide. Dan thought he was smarter than everybody else, smart enough to trick everybody. And in the end, that's what he did.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm so lost and confused because Dan's not arrested. I really did think that he would get arrested.
Kootenai County Sheriff's Deputy Miranda Thomas will never forget coming face to face with a distraught Dan Howard, the former state trooper, at his home in northern Idaho on a cold winter's morning in February 2021.
He would scream and yell, but there were no tears in his eyes or anything. He would act like he was gagging, but nothing would ever actually happen.
Deputy Thomas is one of the first responders to Dan's home, a place he shared with his wife for 26 years, Kendall.
Dan, I know this is hard, but when is it something that you saw right there?
Herself in the head. Candy's old was at the bottom of the tub in murky water. Secure the scene, don't touch anything. Kootenai County Sheriff's Detective Jerry Northrup arrived before midnight. Were you dispatched to a possible suicide?
Yes, sir. It was identified as a suicide.
Northrup immediately began analyzing what was before him.
For a woman to shoot herself in the tub nude is unusual. It doesn't mean it can't happen, it just means that it's unusual.
Northrup, a crime scene expert, said something was missing from this death scene, especially considering Kendi had suffered a head wound.
There would be a lot more blood that was produced. You see that on her face, on her body, or in the tub.
Deputy Thomas also saw some curious things.
I went into the house and found a packed duffel bag. Was someone planning on leaving the house?
In the laundry room, the dryer was running, full of clean bath towels and mats.
Having a dryer running at midnight, very odd, because I don't do laundry at midnight. Sure, you could, but...
And despite the shock of finding his wife dead, Dan Howard appeared to have recently showered, changed his clothes, and applied fresh deodorant.
You can tell that he's got deodorant lines on his t-shirt.
Yeah. And something seemed suicide-like to you.
So there was no other signs of a suicide note.
It's often standard procedure to check people at a shooting scene for GSR, gunshot residue. Former state trooper Dan Howard would know that. Yet Detective Northrup says Howard was uneasy about this.
Mr. Howard stuck his hands into his coat pockets, and then he began twisting him to and fro, back and forth repeatedly, until we told him to stop and remove his hands.
Back and forth as if he's trying to wipe something off?
Yes, that was the impression that we were getting.
What was the result?
It was negative.
It was negative. Even though detectives were suspicious of all those little pieces of evidence that didn't seem to add up, they could not rule out the possibility that Kendi could have taken her own life. Kendi's sudden passing stunned those who loved her.
She loved life. I have never had so much fun with somebody. No care in the world.
Michelle Lampert was one of Kendi's best friends. That's Kendi kneeboarding with Michelle in Northern Idaho.
They always laugh. My favorite is spin class and then to the brewery. Nothing like spin class and brewery, but she felt like that was okay. She was a great mom.
Brooke Wilkins is Kendi's daughter from an earlier relationship. Tell me about her. She just seems really special.
She was. She had a big personality. She was happy to talk to anyone and make a friend and joke around.
Kendi was a small-town girl from northern Idaho. Sporty and outdoorsy, says her brother Brian.
She rode her horse a lot, 4-H, and she had a goat too at the same time.
Kendi was just 22 when she married the former Marine turned Idaho State Trooper Dan Howard. He was 6 years older. Did she talk about the attraction?
She did think he was very handsome, and she think a sense of security is a topic that she thought quite a bit.
Dan and Kendi settled on 10 acres in the town of Alpha, back on the map, 21 miles north of Portland. They had a second young, Wyatt. Like his dad, he became a Marine. A neighbor, Carrie Maitland, says Dan and Kendi's marriage seemed strange.
They were affectionate towards each other, and they were generally respectful to each other.
Kendi worked at a local medical center. During 26 years of marriage, they made good money in real estate in this fast-growing state. By the time of Kendi's death, the couple had more than $2 million in assets. And yet, money created friction between them.
Her money was his money, and his money was his money. He never wanted to spend money.
And there was more friction in the marriage, according to friends. After Dan, working as a trooper for the Idaho State Police, shot and killed a woman during a traffic stop. He was cleared of all wrongdoing, but the incident took its toll on Kendi.
I do believe she did become depressed,
Years later, Dan would leave the state police.
and things kind of changed between them.
Kendi's brother Brian helped Dan find work on the North Slope, the oil fields of Alaska. He'd work 3 weeks straight and then come home for 3 weeks.
When she was free for 3 weeks, is when she really decided to experience that.
Brian says the couple grew apart.
That was arguing. They pretty much the whole time like we had to land, but I didn't think it was anything.
But Brooks says it was the beginning of the end of their relationship. Kendi was frustrated and lonely.
She is very vocal that she does not love him, that there's no love in this marriage.
Michelle says Kendi had an affair and even planned plastic surgery.
She was just super excited.
And that's when Kendi told Dan she was moving out and wanted a divorce. And she had started the process of buying a new house.
And I think she really felt that it would be okay.
By the end of January 2021, just days before her death, Kendi met with a divorce lawyer. She then came home from work.
She just told him, she just told him everything. And I think at that point, I did get scared. She said he was fine. He was fine. It never made sense to me. It never made sense.
When first responders examined Kendi Howard's body, he had a gunshot wound to the back of her mouth, and her pistol was in the water. Dan Howard told everyone that Kendi had taken her own life. We violently, I think, sit her with her. No. When he learned his sister was dead, Brian rushed over to her house. He walked right up to Dan.
There was no emotion. He wasn't crying. I asked him if he'd ever hurt my sister. He even looked me in the eye and said no.
Kendi's friend Michelle was also certain Kendi had not taken her own life.
He was not depressed. You don't think about doing plastic surgery. You don't go work out. You don't go to spin class.
But Kendi's neighbor says Kendi had been deeply unhappy. It's later, she says Kendi spoke about problems of grief.
She's just she's like, I don't know what's
Carol doesn't think there's any mystery about what happened in that family.
I do believe that human people exist.
In the hours following Kendi's death, Detective Johnny Wilford said he had questions about Dan Howard's spiritual events.
There's a
failure to think in a logical, elegant, integrated sense. One thing that didn't make sense to me was the coach wanted only increased stoppings into the house. There were still 6 minutes running on display. So Northwood did some digging. I went to the manufacturing site, pulled up the specifics about the times and cycles, and took that information and compared that against the time in which the 911 call was placed.
Are you
And what did you learn? Pits has started within a minute of the block fall. It suggested that he was doing actions like stuffing laundry rather than explain that he was experimenting how he was inconsolable and upset. It didn't add up. And there were other red flags the detective physical confrontation between these two. Yes, he did. Up in the magic bedroom, he noted on the floor glass, and there was that question of the amount of blood in the bathtub with a wound to the head. That weapon was red colored like blood. So based on my experience, that would be consistent. That the fact that there was inconsistent. Inconsistent suggesting might not be a source. Everything started directing us to that. This was a stage crime scene. Nothing about this was like that. Detective Sergeant Ken Lavender, now retired, was the lead investigator. So, what happened to him? This goes probation as the next. So, that had the earth probation. Just learn how to look like this Monica says he completely convinced Dan was playing. I have the sense that Dan had a silence that he had managed to share with us everything. It felt very contrived, almost scripted in a way.
Next. Come on.
One experience, he says, was basically telling him each a short time later, he said, I said, but he didn't investigate it more than in the house. That's what Howard says he found dead. The time. How many times have you ever described a gunshot? I certainly would not expect someone who is in uniform to possibly use an application. Someone who is a firearms instructor, someone who is SWAT team. I think if anybody's one side, it's one here. Dan promptly stepped on the door and told her the news. You didn't know it. Even though you could. Larkin said, What evidence sticks out to you from the scene of Penny Howard's death? There's no evidence from the case. 48 hours later. County detectives. They had just overheard that phone call from his stepdaughter Brooke, accusing him of killing her mother.
Yes, they're going pretty hard at
You're believing it. No way she shot herself.
Right. I tell you that I don't know what happened, but I know you did this.
I gotta tell you, that's why I gotta put this. She was my last fun. Detective Sergeant Ken Lalaton confronted him about Brooke's accusation. No, I did. I accept it now. If it was nice, you did it, you tell that probably she wasn't here. Within minutes, Dan Howard stopped responding to questions. Detectives were now very suspicious because, as an ex-cop, Howard had special skills. Dan knows things that most normal people, ordinary people, don't. Things like killing someone in the stage of like a suicide. But there was the rest. What's more, later that day, an autopsy was done. The medical examiner concluded Penny died from that gunshot. Just hours after Penny's death, the county prosecuting attorney Stan Nicholson was called in to consult with detectives. They pieced together a detailed testimony of the detective's relationship. What did you learn about Dan Howard?
So we noticed that Dan Howard wasn't the person that we thought he was. At home and behind closed doors, he was a different person.
Investigators focused in on an alarming incident Dan was involved in 2013, when he was seriously killed. Dan Howard was accused of repeatedly harassing the victim, and eventually pleaded guilty to 2 felonies, in connection with the state police. After that, Penny's family shared relationship.
Person, she was free, the more she loved it, and she didn't Andy never reported any kind of abuse of Dan. Physical. Then, 3 months before people's home,
Deputies were called to the boat. Then they arrested during the
When was it argument like that? Focus was always kind of just that calm.
Deputies prosecuted shop literally the
early morning hours to Dan
who was helping her back. The next day, Henry was dead. To prosecutors, the circumstantial evidence against him was adding up. After reviewing Kennedy's autopsy and photos taken of Kennedy's body, investigators discovered that in fact, Kennedy had her body was
And beat severely by death.
She's in the bathtub.
And the black guy from gunshot wound. Where's the stuff?
She was shot on the stomach. In her mouth, the bullet lodged in her vertebrae.
Exactly. We believe that Kennedy was already dead when she was shot.
always had a level of control over something. And I think on February 2nd, I realized that could be gone.
Weeks into the investigation, prosecutors believe the circumstantial evidence showed Kennedy died at the hands of Dan Howard. But with the medical examiners ruling that Kennedy had died from a gunshot wound and no DNA evidence linking Dan to Kennedy's gun, prosecutors faced challenges. So they called in other experts to take a second look at the evidence, including forensic pathologists.
Photos of x-rays, the toxicology results. I did not agree with the original cause of death, that she died from a gunshot.
Dr. Nara walked us through her analysis.
I looked at what the trajectory was, the path the bullet took inside Kennedy's mouth. I thought that was unusual. It was going in a slightly downward direction. Typically, gunshot suicides, they go either straight back to the mouth or go slightly backward.
And can you demonstrate the path of this bullet?
Okay, so I have a skull model here, and if you don't mind helping me out, then I'm going to take this rod to show the direction that the bullet traveled through the mouth, through the tongue, and it tore through the tongue like a torpedo. It just went straight through the center of the tongue.
Would there have been a lot of blood?
Absolutely. It's going to bleed like crazy.
Because the heart is beating at the time that the bullet went through that tongue. But when Dr. Nara reviewed the photos of the crime scene, she says she didn't see the amount of blood she would have expected to.
There was not enough blood.
And there were those bruises on Kennedy's body and her broken jaw, which Dr. Nara says were sustained before Kennedy had died. Injuries that suggested a physical struggle of some sort.
Correct. She's got bruises throughout her body. She's got bruising on both sides of her neck, which is consistent with her being probably choked.
What did you conclude?
I believe that Kennedy Howard was already dead when she sustained that gunshot wound. She was already strangled or choked to death, and when she was placed in the bathtub, she was already dead.
So then, how did Kennedy die? Prosecutors say Dan Howard used a restraining technique he learned back in his days as a state trooper.
We believe that he utilized a technique known as a carotid restraint.
Tell me how it works. So what you would do is you'd place your arm around somebody's neck and head, and their chin is going to be in the crook of your elbow.
Prior to becoming an attorney, prosecutor Stan Mortensen had been a sheriff's deputy, and like Dan Howard, had been trained in administering the carotid restraint hold, rarely used as it cuts off blood flow to the brain.
If it's applied too long, it can cause death. And that right there was our theory on how Dan killed Kennedy.
It's an interesting theory that you do in it, right? No witness came forward to say that Dan told him he did this, or there's no physical evidence that proves that he did this, right?
Not the carotid restraint technique, correct, but Dan knew how to use this technique and taught other people how to use it. So we weren't just grabbing this theory out of thin air. This was something that Dan actually knew.
It took 2 years for the prosecutors to build their case. Finally, in April 2023, Dan Howard was charged with murder. He was also charged with domestic battery from that incident 7 months before Kennedy's death, when she took those photos of her bruises and sent them to her friend Michelle. He pleaded not guilty and posted bail. Howard was ordered to wear an ankle monitor while he awaited trial. In March 2024, a clean-shaven Howard went on trial. The judge ruled that any mention of Dan's previous criminal history or his 2011 killing of a woman during a traffic stop was forbidden.
I'll turn out to opening statement.
In his opening statement, prosecutor Stan Mortensen said Dan and Kennedy Howard had fought over finances that night, and it turned physical, with Dan bruising Kennedy, breaking her jaw, then killing her with the carotid restraint hold. Then, he said, Dan Howard staged the scene by placing Kennedy's body in the bathtub and shooting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will come in and will demonstrate that this was not a suicide. Evidence will show that Kennedy died of asphyxiation. Evidence will show that Dan Howard is guilty of murder.
Dan's lawyer, Jason Johnson, countered the state's claims by asserting that an emotionally troubled Kennedy Howard had shot herself.
She is troubled with whether she wants to be Dan.
He pointed out that Dan's DNA was not even on Kennedy's gun.
The gun of Kennedy's blood, but Dan excluded.
And he dismissed the state's assertion that it was a physical.
Hey!
He staged the naked body of shot her to the ground, returned to Patsy's office. He killed the mother, he killed the grandmother, he killed the sister. You snuck that out because of your own pride, greed, and anger. Pride, greed, and anger, said the judge, but others kept coming back to the word control.
To me, this case was about a man who thought that he could control a woman, and if he couldn't get his way, he was going to force it. I cried. It's such a relief that people got to do it actually. Henry Wilkins and matter.
And what do you have in front of you here?
Chickens.
Brooke's daughter Kenley was just 8 when her beloved grandmother was murdered. Now 12, she treasures these glass chickens that her grandma collected. Do you feel a connection to your grandmother when you see these?
Yeah. Yeah, the China hutch. Yeah, the China hutch. It was just full of chickens, so I'd always just try to like look how many different colors there were.
Your cold grandma. You loved her, didn't you? That's the hardest thing for me.
Probably her sweet meal. I want justice for Kendi. What I hope they get from the story, that you don't have to live like this. I wish I could have stopped it. I'm still shocked that we're still talking about domestic violence and that sometimes you can't breathe.
Next Saturday, a surgeon's girlfriend found dead.
Provided those drugs.
It's a case of a controlling doctor's depravity. This was not just some simple accident. This was much more. A new 48 Hours next Saturday at 10/9 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
The charming, who's attractive. I don't even want to entertain why she did what she did.
You had a beautiful home. You didn't work. You had cleaning ladies. You had pool people. You had cars, money. You had it all.
Monica Samantilli. Homicide investigators say she conspired to murder her husband. They said when they talked to her, she lied and lied.
I was hearing about break-ins.
At the time, in that particular area, there were a lot of what they call knock-knock burglaries.
I was hearing about home invasion.
It was assumed that it was a couple guys that had jumped the fence and it was a robbery.
What happened on the day of the murder?
That night, at about 5 something, I got a text saying, "Come to my house, I need you."
I get the phone and I'm in disbelief, saying, what? But I can't believe it.
And it was Monica. She was crying and distraught, and she was saying, "They killed Fabio."
Fabio Samantilli. Fabio was an executive in the beauty business as a former hairdresser. My queen, he called her. He would come home, drop his bags, sweep her off her feet, and dance with her. He was the love of her life, and he loved his kids. It looked like a textbook break-in. A robbery gone wrong.
there was immense suspicion as to the explanation of the robbery.
Didn't sound right.
Didn't sound right.
We're here to announce the arrest of 2 individuals in connection with the murder of Fabio Cementilli. Over the past several months, investigators have developed information and identified Robert Baker and Monica Cementilli, who was the wife of our homicide victim, as responsible for his murder.
Detectives say Monica Cementilli had been having an affair. Her boyfriend was arrested and charged with murder. So is she.
I'm like, you sure?
There's no effing way.
Now, the boyfriend has been convicted. He's been sentenced to life without parole. And Monica Cementilli is out on trial for murder. According to the prosecutor, she was the one with all the information and the intelligence, and she fed it to him. And he was the execution driver. The daughters who shared the car was the
It's a tailored story. The defendants say Monica Cementilli is a victim. The U.S. prosecutors is a criminal. According to the squad and case that was three in total. Separated. One was killed on January 23rd, 2017.
There were fire trucks outside of our house that called us. There was no police. Yeah, it was just the first responders.
Oh, yeah, the friend of Monica Cementilli. Who worked with her in 2018. She says Monica
Just the weeping, the not being able to breathe. She was beyond devastated. It just comes to be the best possible comfort. I didn't know how to comfort her. She couldn't speak in complete sentences until like the fourth act.
Detectives quickly learned the victim, Fabio Cementilli, had been a superstar in the beauty business.
What's happening?
He spoke to those who knew him best in 2017, and his sister was a yellow person.
And he wanted everybody around him happy.
Yeah, so the best way to describe my dad is like a cup of coffee in the morning.
Luigi Cementilli, Fabio's son, from an earlier marriage.
He gets you going. You lift your spear, you get you determined to charge the mountain of life.
Did your friends say, hey, Lucy, is that your dad?
Absolutely, no. It was kind of something, it's hard to avoid it. When you type in Seven Tilly on Google, it's very hard. In fact, when you type in her name, Louise Seven Tilly, the first thing that comes up is yeah.
Fabio and his sister Morella began cutting hair in Toronto, Canada.
Beautiful, I love it.
That's where Fabio met Monica, a customer and makeup artist he married in 1997.
The wedding was incredible.
Restaurateur John Victoria grew up with Fabio. He was best man at Fabio's wedding to Monica.
We were dancing right to the very end.
We saw their relationship as a love story.
Fabio was also in love with his career. He and his sister Morella were getting famous.
Hey,
Look at this.
In 2008, Fabio was promoted to an executive job at the beauty giant Wella
I'd love to recommend something new.
and moved his family to LA. Pete Castellanos was Fabio's colleague.
What happened was the opportunity to really allow the things that he wanted for his family to come to life by taking on a bigger role.
He and Monica settled into a life most of us can only dream about. You are a force. Yeah, a man doesn't want a force from Los Angeles. You're absolutely right. They were living the life, raising their two daughters, Jessica and Isabella.
My own family unit is the most dear to me.
Then came that January day. It was late afternoon. As he sat by the pool, Fabio was stabbed to death. His then 16-year-old daughter, Isabella, discovered his body. To investigators, the Simon Tilly case started out a mystery, but from early on, they had at least one intriguing clue. From a neighbor's security camera, they could see two figures in hoodies running close to Sam Tilly's house at the time of the murder. A little while later, Fabio's porch being driven away. Back then, investigators didn't suspect Monica had anything to do with Fabio's death. He wasn't even home at the time he was killed. Instead, they looked at those two hooded figures and thought they seemed a lot like these guys. What do you call these guys?
Well, we call them the knockback sisters.
At the time of Fabio's murder, 2017, LA was filled with break-ins, mysteries, thieves, and criminals. So this is LAPD footage.
Yeah, they know what they're doing and they know what they want.
I mean, they're really wild.
Yeah.
They were hitting homes of celebrities all over Los Angeles.
the case of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You were great here. You can jump down. So to make things so much it's not what it's planned to be. Let's take a joy out. With our biggest respect, they say, don't be kids.
That's company for thousands of dollars in protection.
It was 2017, and for years, the homes of LA celebrities were targeted.
I go out with $200,000 former record star Jared Dixon, $5,000 for Nicki Minaj, and $2 million for the last boy that's Brentwood Home.
They're moving just as quick as they can. In and out in about 3 minutes. They ransack a bedroom, find some jewelry, and get out.
William Dunn, Los Angeles Police Department detective at the time, had hours of videotape of the knock-knock burglars in action all over wealthy Los Angeles neighborhoods. This one comes from a home just a few miles from Fabio, months after his murder.
They seem to know what to look for.
Right. They're looking for jewelry. They're looking for cash. He's checking clothes. He's feeling the clothes to see if somebody put jewelry or cash in some of the pockets. See, now he's seeing that safe. See, and now he tells his buddy, hey, look at what we found. Now look at how many seconds. And this is a real heavy safe, but they're very determined. They put a lot of effort into it. And it's so heavy, he can't lift the thing, but look at how he's just going to slide that thing out.
So they got the safe, that's pay dirt, and off they go.
Yep. See, they're gone.
To detectives, those two little figures reported by the neighbor's surveillance camera near Fabio's house right around the time of his murder looked a lot like the knock-knock burglars. And the cemetery home had its own cameras. Detectives hoped they would find even more video of those little figures on those tapes. There were 4 cameras outside the cemetery house. When the police came to look at the video, it was gone. A DVR like this was in the garage. It stored all the surveillance. Whoever broke in must have taken it. Strangely, besides taking Fabio's Porsche, that black box was one of the only things stolen from the house, say investigators. Monica told them she thought some inexpensive jewelry and $11,000 in cash was possibly missing, but she wasn't sure, detectives say. The home frame had been touched.
The only thing I thought that was unusual is why didn't they take more? Why didn't they take his lock?
The suspected burglars left behind an $8,000 Rolex on Cementilli's wrist. But within months, the knock-knock burglars began to fade as police suspects. Because the police were hanging on to a big secret. Nobody except investigators knew it at the time. They discovered blood at the crime scene that did not belong to Fabio Cementilli. That meant detectives had DNA to work with. DNA that eventually led to a suspect.
We were able to develop forensic evidence. Some of that was DNA, which identified Robert Baker.
Robert Baker. He had been a racquetball league director at a Los Angeles gym, not far from Fabio's house. And Monica's friend Elise knew him. We spoke to her about it in 2018. How would you describe Rob Baker?
He was cool. We all really liked him. He was one of those,
Elise played in this league.
he was very alpha. He was a very alpha male. There was also, he was sexual thing about him.
There was something sexual about him.
You know, cool guys, sexual kind of, he was very manly. He was in shape, and he was positive, kept everything, he was in charge.
He was also tangled up in the porn industry, even doing some acting. Elise didn't know much about Baker's background, but she did hear about his movie career from a friend who happened to spot him in an adult film.
That's like the kind of gossip you just need to tell someone.
Who did you tell?
Monica.
Monica was also in Robert Baker's racquetball. What was her reaction?
Well, it was pretty anticlimactic, I'll tell you.
Really?
Because a lot of times when we would have girl talks, we'd get a little fruity.
What Elise didn't know was that Robert Baker was also a registered sex offender.
Robert Baker has a 1993 conviction out of a Long Beach case. It's for lewd and lascivious acts with a minor.
Police say Baker served time for that offense against a teenage girl. For months, police watched Baker, and they discovered 2 things. First, he was definitely not one of the knock-knock burglars. And second, he made thousands of calls and texts to, of all people, Monica Cementilli. In fact, just days after Fabio's death, Monica held a wake in the backyard, and Robert Baker actually showed up.
You did me.
Morales says she saw Monica hanging out with Baker.
I saw her back outside again, smoking and talking to this guy. I found out that was his name, Rob, and she introduced me to him.
Luigi noticed it too.
Robert and Monica were in the corner, talking to each other, sort of away from the party.
And there was something else Luigi noticed about Baker.
He had
you.
in his hands.
One guest even snapped pictures of Monica and Robert Baker together. If you look closely, you can just make out a bandage on Baker's finger. Police would later conclude Baker cut that finger when he killed Fabio, and that's how his blood was at the scene. Detectives visited Monica at home, using what they called a ruse, telling her they were investigating the knock-knock burglars, but in fact, they were investigating her and secretly following Monica and Robert Baker. According to authorities, it paid off. They say they found evidence that Monica and Baker were having an affair and conspired to kill Fabio.
Over the past several months, investigators have developed information and identified Robert Baker, 55 years old, of Canary Park, and Monica Cementilli, 45 years old, of Woodland Hills, who is the wife of our homicide victim, as responsible for his murder.
Said we arrested Monica for the murder of your brother and Robert Baker for the murder of your brother. And I was in shock. I'm like, you sure? You know, I was in shock.
According to the prosecution, these two were plotting and planning to kill Fabio so they could live their life together.
Mary Fulgenini is a former federal prosecutor and a 48 hours consultant.
It was a very complicated investigation.
As authorities hustled Robert Baker and Monica Cementilli into court, they each pleaded but almost 6 years later, Robert Baker changed everything.
When they came to court that day, people were stunned.
Monica Cementilli was being accused of cheating with Fabio with that racquetball coach, Robert Baker, and then along with Baker, planning Fabio's murder.
My instant and thorough and complete reaction was, there's no effing way. I was there. She was decimated.
After months of crying and grieving alongside Monica, Fabio's family couldn't believe it either.
20-some years in my life, she was like a sister. She was a cool egg to my kids. She was lovable. Whole family felt that way about her.
Then in 2023, Baker skipped trial altogether and pleaded no contest.
Robert Baker pleads no contest, and that's in essence accepting responsibility for the murders. He's ultimately sentenced to life without parole.
The maximum sentence in this case is life in prison with possibility of parole plus 1 year of sentence. Assume.
But while Baker was accepting responsibility for Fabio's death, Monica wasn't.
What do you mean Monica did to my brother?
But Monica's own daughters, Isabella and Jessica, proved their mom.
They will continue to stand by their mother as we have done for the last 6 years.
As Monica prepared to go to trial, her defense attorney Linda made a statement.
We are confident that we Robert Baker's guilty plea and his truthful testimony will finally establish once and for all that Monica Simontilli had nothing to do with the planning or the murder of Fabio Simontelli, her husband.
Monica's defense team wasn't answering questions before trial, so we asked New York-based defense attorney Julie Rendelman to review Monica's defense team's pre-trial motions.
There's no witnesses that we know of so far that are going to come forward and testify that she planned this murder.
She said Monica's relationship with Baker doesn't prove anything.
Seems to strengthen the DA's case that not only did she have an affair, but the person she's having the affair with is the killer.
I hear you. And the problem is that simply because an individual is having an affair, that you cannot take the leap to get to an individual being responsible for the death of their loved one. Certainly not bounded by that.
But the prosecution says the affair is key to establishing a conspiracy between Monica and Robert Baker, an alleged conspiracy detectives spent months tracking.
Derm Action Plus by Watson. Lightweight sun care helps fight acne, helps hydrate the skin. Get advanced sun protection with Derm Action Plus by Watson.
Get your insure travel insurance for as low as 350 pesos. It's beautiful. It's my family. Voice on Great House Quality.
How long was that investigation? 5 months, 5 to 6 months.
While the DA also declined an interview before going to trial, former prosecutor Mary Fulginiti reviewed the case against Monica.
So this is the scene of the crime.
This is where the two joggers, came, according to the video from a neighbor, running up here toward the house.
Prosecutors say that first hooded figure in the green sweatshirt is Robert Baker.
So what about that accomplice? We don't know who that person is. It's a mystery.
What does this indictment say about Monica Simontelli?
And this indictment is a very detailed outline and timeline of the plot to kill Fabio Simontelli. The motive here is simple. I mean, this is love and money. This is one of the oldest crimes in the book where, two lovers desperately wanting to be together and they try to get rid of one of the spouses so they can be together for what? For financial benefit. And that would mean the $750,000 life insurance policy, the house, 401ks.
Police say the plan was to stage the scene to make it look like the work of the knockoff burglars, throw police off their trail. And they believe Monica was deeply involved.
They believe she was the one that coordinated everything, the one that showed him, where the house was, where the DVR was, so that he knew where to go to rip it out of the walls, how to get into the house.
And that's not all. The prosecutor says 6 months before the murder, Monica forwarded this email sharing details of her home security system with Baker.
He provided the password, the username, the login credentials, as well as the user manual to Robert Baker the same day that she received it from the surveillance company.
And then there's the day of the murder. Prosecutors say Monica's behavior that day is a key element of her role in the conspiracy to kill Fabio. According to prosecutors, this surveillance video shows Monica left home at 3:26 p.m., driving the family's black Ford F-150 pickup.
This is where she came, according to prosecutors, to establish her alibi. So that happens in this parking lot. She pulls in here in her Ford 150 pickup truck right in front of this store, stops,
for just a few minutes.
Prosecutors say they have video where it appears an individual gets into Monica's truck. They say that person was Robert Baker. Monica then goes alone to the Target store and begins shopping. But as she leaves, prosecutors say this surveillance photo shows her fixated on her phone. They would tell a grand jury it appears she was streaming video from her home. A lot of it. What was Monica watching?
How do you think Robert Baker's plea will affect Monica Semintilli's trial? For a look at a timeline of the case, go to 48hours.com.
What was Monica Semintilli watching on her phone that afternoon? At about the time her husband was being murdered.
The phone records and data show that she's connecting to a unique IP address that happens to be the IP address. And there's a large amount of data that's being consumed, and that large amount of data
According to the DA, it might have been video from her home security camera. But could Monica have been watching the actual murder?
No. The surveillance cameras in the house are facing outside, but they're not facing the pool area, which was where Flavia was located. So they didn't actually capture the murder. But they would capture, obviously, who was accompanied Chloe.
Monica could have been watching everything else, prosecutors say.
They're going to argue she's watching the scene of the crime, to see the comings and goings of when Baker and the accomplice are going into the house, whether they're leaving the house, so that she knows when she can be there.
Prosecutors say while she was watching the crime, Baker and his accomplice were on the Semintilli property, stalking Fabio.
According to the prosecution, quote, it was a very targeted attack that was done with the intent to kill. The girls noticed that the culture was stabbed in the neck. The cut was struck in the neck.
And there was no evidence to prosecutors say Baker was planning a future with Monica.
The DA says that about 2 months before the murder, Baker told a friend that he'd been dating this woman for about a year, and then he sent a picture of that woman, and that woman was Monica. And then 2 months later, Fabio was killed.
Authorities also say Monica's prosecutors made explicit photos public in court filings. Some we can't show you. They say it's evidence of speculative romance and tenderness after Fabio's death.
And that's a double life. The DA presented a photograph of Monica and Baker to the grand jury. It was a photograph of Monica actually called Baker's clock. This was one that was taken in Vegas. There was also this photo of a mirror. Right, and there was a photo of the back of Monica with Mrs. Baker written lipstick on the mirror. The lipstick, the mirror, what does that tell? Again, this all goes to murder. Mrs. Baker, she wanted to be Mrs. Baker.
Well, when detectives asked Monica about Robert Baker, prosecutors say she told them she wasn't even sure of his last name. They say she also told them She wasn't sure how to work the security camera.
To quote the prosecution here, they say, quote, she's a liar, she's a manipulator, she's a cheater, and everything. That comes out of her mouth has to be taken with a large grain of salt. Large enough to help you cool down. But they can tell that Monica lied about her lifestyle, about being fair, about a variety of other things. That they'll convince the jury that she's also lying about her involvement in this conspiracy to kill Fabio. And they say she was later confronted about why Jacob's blood was found in her house. Continue to lie. She comes up with some cockamamie about, playing racquetball with Baker and hitting him in the finger, and that it was bleeding, and there was a bloody towel, and she had to bring it home, and that's why blood was in the house.
Before Janita says one of the biggest pieces of evidence against Monica is what happened when police came up with a plan to secretly report the couple. It began when they pulled them over as they were driving.
It's a ruse by the police. They say that they think the car that they're in is stolen, and they wanted to, just check it out, and there probably isn't, and they handcuff them for protocol, put them into the police vehicle. But what they don't know is that vehicle's wired. There's a van up the street with police in it, listening to their every word. And it's at that point, Monica says, and I'm going to quote here, somebody must have talked. Somebody is doing this to us. And then she said, they must have something. They must have something.
Why not? Call Singapore.
Can you walk me through?
Of course.
Your goals need to get closer. Enjoy roaming radio. Para kasama mo ang globe all through your stay.
No one's immune to hair fall. My hair gets its daily dose of provitamin from Pantene. Formula with provitamin B5 strengthens hair and helps build hair fall immunity for 10 times less hair fall. Pantene.
Ikinit pa kulo ng pasta, lagyan ng sibuyas, wala ang puti. Ikinit pa kulo ng pasta, lagyan ng sibuyas, wala.
Nagkabit na ako. Sakto ito mo. I say that.
Get 350 pesos off on party platters. This season, be present with GrabFood.
Do you succeed today? I know I made the best choice. I gave the Enthogro A+ score. With MSG and clinically proven to be higher hygiene and cancer last than just for the day. I'm so proud of you. Enthogro A+ score is the best score.
That's pretty damn evidence. As a former prosecutor, that is close to admission to being involved in this conspiracy.
According to detectives, Monica was also reported telling her cellmate, he's not just my lover, he's my confidant, he's my everything. Detectives also intercepted letters Monica wrote to Baker from behind bars. Anyway, I'm always amazed how he got so much, my love.
When you look at these pieces in totality, it's going to put together a pretty perfect puzzle here. And the puzzle will paint this picture that Monica conspired with Baker, that he did not do it alone, that they did it together.
But Monica's defenders say the case against her is flimsy. They say Baker did it without her.
Robert Baker may have killed him because he wanted him out of the way. Maybe he did it because he hoped that by killing him, he would get Monica to himself. That in and of itself does not establish that Monica was in on the murder.
Monica Simmons' defense is adamant.
So I'm just guessing here, but I think you can breed the animals by if you have a roofed area, so they're going to live there and you're going to give birth there. I'm not sure though. So experiment on that later. Right now I'm going to get those somewhere here in Electromax. So usually I turn on the engine, so I'm always ready to go. But earlier when I was fighting the zombies, most of them are around the bar. That's why I don't hit the Hey, this place is better.
Yeah, just a little bit of dirt. 500 kids. They're just using these pictures to hold this down. Kind of funny. I don't know. I think those are probably GameStop stickers too. So all signs are pointing to this being a GameStop refurb that somebody bought and then resold. Another screw that is not tightened down, probably was over tightened. So when they don't come out, you see my tweezers under them, put a little upward pressure, and then use my screw to turn it out just like that. My screwdriver. Alright, let's get the power supply out. Put a little duck bunny down in here. I'm just going to take this apart enough to inspect the thermal paste. Because, I mean, if we're going to take it apart, might as well check and replace that. I'm pretty sure it's probably going to need to be replaced with the perfect amount, if nothing else. This is not even a screw that goes in this system. It's in there pretty tight. I'm a little worried about it. Okay. I mean, that screw works. I'm a little worried about how long it was, but how long these cows are damaged, fine, I guess. Alright, so now the top plate can come off, and we have no thermal pads on the ram chip. That's just stupid. No reason to put the plate back on without these thermal pads on, and that can cause it to overheat. Or also just cause the ram chip to go bad at some point from overheating. So I am not super impressed with this system, and calling this system in excellent condition is honestly, in my opinion, just misleading. Now we can get the board out and see what the thermal paste looks like. Wow, I think that looks like mayonnaise. Is that even thermal paste? I don't know. I'm certainly not going to taste it, or am I? Huh? Just kidding. That's disgusting. So I can see whoever had this at some point replaced the HDMI port. I mean, they did well enough to actually get a signal, so that's good. And they definitely put on, I don't know what that is, but that is, in my opinion, not good thermal. There's nothing even on the chip itself, it's just all squished out. There's just like some liquid there, which honestly makes it seem like mayonnaise, but I don't think it actually is. That's disgusting. So, we'll put this back together later. I probably won't film it, but I will make sure you have the perfect amount and the perfect type of thermal paste, which is not going to be there. So for the eBay PS4, I'm honestly not impressed. It's definitely not in excellent condition. The controller is in okay condition. It does at least work. The system at least works, but I'm not super impressed. At the same time, I did only pay $146 for it, so in one sense I did get what I paid for. I just didn't get what the seller described in the video. Now we're taking a look at this PS4, and let's open up the detail of the PS4 and see how it compares. So this is the box of detail. These I have not opened it yet. I'm breaking through the way, for the first time on camera. Let's see what we got. Firstly, this one is packaged much better than the eBay console. The eBay one did come in decent condition, like there's no broken pieces or anything, but it wasn't packaged that great. This, it looks like they used, new paper and quality paper. That's always nice. Well, let's see what we have. EKOD for quality control procedure 219-2024. Hard drive size 500. Definition AS and GB. Functionality confirmed. Thermal paste replaced. Clock battery tested. Cleaned by 404. So it looks like they have a process, which is good. Let's talk about the price of this thing though. So this is the exact system I purchased. PlayStation 4 standard 500 Destiny Edition system player pack. So this is a system in good condition, which means it will look good and work pretty dirt and grease, free of stickers, lighting, major chip or cracks, and major discoloration. May show minor signs of age and use, which I would expect. So it comes with a compatible controller, charging cord, power cord, and HDMI TV. Like all of our products, these items have been cleaned, tested, and are backed by a 1-year warranty. In my first video about DKOD, this system definitely had speed, and if I remember right, I don't even think it worked. I could be wrong. I wouldn't have good speed to do a check it out. Let's check this system out and see if it is what this is. Okay, controller and cable. This is the charge cable for the controller. This is a freakishly long cable, which is honestly kind of cool.
And let's see, controller looks good. It is, in my opinion, in better condition than the one we got from eBay, but it definitely is used and worn. Again, which is what I would expect. Okay, down here we have a brand new looking HDMI cable and definitely a used. We got some, looks like bite marks on this cable. Not sure I would be selling that OSD cable, but I mean, ultimately they don't look too bad, so it's probably fine. That's the power cable. Let's have a look at this system panel. Again, really nice shipping. You got a number of layers of bubble wrap, wrapped both ways, which is great. Okay. And here we go. This one is definitely very scratched. I would say less scratched than the eBay one. And that's probably because it hasn't been sanded, firstly. But so far, it does look clean. Let's do a quick test on that. We'll get a cotton bud with microwave. Just kind of rub it around here.
Speed, engage, dig. Yeah. Tickets to the max with Go Plus 99 with Go 5G. 2 gig total data and free vouchers.
And honestly, not bad. A little bit of discoloration on the cotton bud, but really not bad. Okay, let's check out the bottom. And up here, not too bad either. We do have both of the screws, so far it's not missing any screws. Let's check the front. I don't see any dirt or debris down in the front, so that's good so far. But let's plug this system in and see if it works. I do want to mention, this is from the email that this is the order confirmation email. The PS4 definitely is in good condition. Looks like $200 million when we bought it. And then with that, it's $313. So the $300 system, I expect that you get a better expect to work basically perfectly. Let's get into the TV and see if it'll turn on to work. And I'll plug in, we have the display. Yep. Over the console, good so far. PS logo, good. The controller is charging. It does not connect yet. The controller does not connect. So just do a keyboard and discharge. Okay. I'm going to try resetting the controller. There we go. And back. Okay, that's the timer. So let's try the controller from eBay system. And now I'm set. So initially we seem to have a controller here. I'm going to get the system set up and I'm going to test this out. I'm not going to do it with eBay control, and I noticed the R2 button. That's it. You can see. So let's fix that. On the other side, that's that first. The new control doesn't have this as well. So if I like this,
DK Oldies, this is not starting out well. And same thing. So there's definitely a problem with the disk drive in this console. Well, let's take the part of it with the honestly, I have a kind of hope for DK Oldies. That's what I was video about how you can see the drive. So far, I can say that the system is very comfortable. So that's fun. And I would definitely give you credit for that. Even the heating was significantly dirtier. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and choose out the door to come up there. Alright, here we go. Feels like now we're looking more at that. These two over here. There's three right there. Let's go right there. There's just not there. And another structure facility, unfortunately, really
This thing has become a creature. First of all, I killed her, and she never broke this. She was sitting on my desk looking like that long enough for me to notice, get my phone from her pocket, pull up the camera, put the camera in her face, and take a photo. And here's like one more. She is also not that smart. I'm sure you can base that off everything else, but this thing has a total brain cell, and it's just another version of herself up there with a joystick. Jacob and I are fully convinced she can only form a few and she's starting everywhere. One time we were trying to explain to some friends how British she genuinely can be, and demonstrated it by grabbing a toy literally in front of her, raising it up a bit, lightly dropping it on the floor, and she goes, cats are dramatically balancing. Well, Costello can't even do that. She trips and falls, misplaces her feet all the time. On multiple occasions, she has tried to cross my L-shaped desk, and just missed and fell to the ground. The lady that makes a pop of that, and nope, doesn't even make it. She's gotten better, but as you can Costello couldn't even jump. After I built her in the last cat tower, I watched this get tempted to jump up to the second level, not quite make it, and had to slam her arms down on the thing to hoist herself up like she was mountain climbing, but always be the sweetest little thing. When I got a cat, I was expecting it to run its own space, come around when it wants, general cat things, but this creature follows me from room to room with those high beams of hers. She sits on my lap while I'm at my computer, likes all my giant Pokemon blushes, mostly just looks up at me from the floor and just stares. When I'm sleeping, she'll just crawl into bed and tuck herself up right next to me. Look at all these photos of her straight up on me when I'm sleeping. Don't look too close, I don't have makeup on. Bedtime is sacred to her. She loves bedtime. If I'm working late, Tostada will come to my office around 9 or 10 p.m., aka past Tostada bedtime, and just start crying, scratching in my chair, rolling around on the floor. It's pitiful, and if I still don't get back to that, toy show, love it. However, Tostadas Jacob is second, She pulled the herself up in the Ethernet cables while I keep up the pats. You think I'm joking, but I'm very much not. This is the only way she accepts pats, and I have to give them to her every night or else she's miserable. Tosada's world is so small. She's really just around me, Jacob, Taylor, and Fraser, but she loves her simple family so much. When Kitten Tostada first met Fraser, she was terrified of him. She'd been around other adult cats before, but she'd never seen a black cat in her life, and she was mortified. Of course, she's since warmed up to him, and they play together and hang out all the time. They're best friends, but Tostada loves Taylor. Always has. She looks up to Taylor like a little baby sister admiring a cool, awesome older sibling. Unfortunately, Taylor hates him. They literally have a SpongeBob Squidward type of sibling relationship, and Tostada is so oblivious to her. Taylor has annoyingly stoned of course, never in a way that's too far, but just enough to get her Taylor's nerves anymore. Between the two of them, personalities and relationships together, it's made our life so much more difficult. If you're more concerned about the nerves, don't worry, I've got great news. They're separated from the past. They're safe in their own blocked off room, connected by a double door system that ensures no possible interaction between the bird and cat. If anyone is thinking about getting the past it is possible, but just make sure that you keep very separate, especially against smaller birds like wanders and budgies. I'm sure there's people out there that have trained their cats to be fine around a big bird, but to me, all it takes is one accident or attack for you to just not have a bird anymore. Plus, actually, it only takes a few time to do it. I've said it before and I'll say it forever. I love my birds to death because they do not get good pets for the very large majority. In terms of allergies, I do think I was originally still a little bit allergic to Tostada. I really believe when I first got her, I was sneezy and sniffling. Nothing allergy meds could fix, and it never was as bad as my original technology. But I think I've been growing out of that one too, because nowadays I don't have any reaction to her at all. Bodies are a mystery. I am building my immunity technology. Next up is rabies. I didn't think I would make a video talking about this thing, but Tostada's just got such a volatile personality, and it's become such a big part of her life. She made it into production boxes of 511 worlds, 9 worlds that are apparently 90 series, and she's just a little creepy that calls me man. But I love it, and I'm so glad I grew out of my cat allergy just so I can do that. It really has been so different owning a cat, mainly because I know Tostada won't just fight me at any given chance, unlike some innate creatures. Thanks for watching the video. Heads up, I'm going to be announcing new merch again soon, so be on the lookout for that. The last drop went so well, and I'm really glad that so many of you guys enjoyed it. I'm so excited to finally be getting back to making fun merch, and it really helps me. Alright, so thanks. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Remember when Pokemon sent me every single one of their Gen 5 sitting cuties for me to rank? Turns out they really liked that video. So much, in fact, that they said, "Hey Gina, awesome video. Why don't you come to Japan to watch the Pokemon 2023 World Championships? Our treat. You won't have to pay for your flights or hotel or nothing." I've been to Japan once before in my entire life, and it was back in 2018 with my family. We did a bunch of fun little Japanese tourist things. It was a phenomenal trip, but ever since then, I've always wanted to go back and do all the awesome nerdy stuff Japan has to offer that I didn't want to bother my family with. At the time, they didn't even know who Luffy was. They would have been so lost. So when Pokemon extended their hand and offered to fly not only me, but Jacob out to attend the biggest Pokemon tournament in the world, I jumped for joy. Great trip to Japan! The tournament was only been gone for a single weekend, but think of it all plans to stay for 3 days to go on. We were and decided we both would like to take this case of ourselves a bit and buy a bunch of cool stuff while we're there. Don't judge us. It was fire. We were being responsible. I'm not joking. I think the most important thing about the things I told you, and I appreciate it because I've now mastered Why did you think that? You have to take the train somewhere around to get there. Anyone that remembers my first occasion knows the trains are me and my family's mortal enemy number one. We kept getting it wrong, and it was failure after failure and failure. Yet that with all that prior experience and struggle, I was growing as a Japanese train operator, right? Nope, we got on the wrong train. But at least we were having a good time. After all the freaking out and legal strain and regrets, we finally arrived at the destination, and although by the time we got there, they had already finished working at the Pokemon Center, we were able to grab a quick selfie with the drink of the Pokemon Center. I went to take a picture of the Pikachu next to the finger. I did not see the picture. Now we're with the freaking drink. I home with them for their days. We packed it and we celebrated our before I took a chunk out of all of the sweet they gave us, but here we are yet again. I'm just not they also the host was like, as much as possible, and we're thankful. But yeah, I struggled a lot, but I still had a great time, and it was an honor. We were dropped off at the Yokohama Chinatown and left to explore a bit for dinner in a few hours. Everyone separated into groups, and Jacob, Stefan, the guy that sent me all the communities, you guys remember him, the guy named Steve, and I went and pursued the street food a bit before stumbling into a little arcade with a bunch of train machines. I got this silly little bear minifigure designed to go off, so I decided to innocently carry him around in my pocket for the entirety of the trip. You know, because it was silly. This single action severely changed the course of my mental stability going forward. You'll see soon enough. But let me thing on with them. We had a great day. We went back to the hotel, got to hang out with our good old Pokemon rival Dion, and how they went. Let's see, we all got to do some ranking shopping at the Pokemon World Concept Shop. I'll just say we bought way too much stuff that we also don't regret in the slightest. I even got this video of Jacob grabbing more and more sitting cuties as the workers kept reorganizing them to keep the display looking perfect. We walked out with giant bags of stuff. Because remember, we activated this with our extra suitcases, which I'm starting to wonder if they were going to be enough. But surely we will come down. We were then all taken to the treasury office. You know, just the place where they make Pokemon cards. It was gorgeous in there. They had these awesome sculptures of giant Pokemon cards with crystals and everything lined with 3D cards. It felt like I was in a building with a lot of significance. We got to tour the building, we went to see some of the card testers and were able to ask them questions throughout the process. Even just have a little Q&A session. The game director of the Pokemon PC game, it was funny, why did people actually chose which Pokemon to make cards for? A good question. And then followed but I really don't have time, but there's only cards that exist. And the second, we have a list of all the cards that have ever been created, and only two, the Goku Pokemon, like, Pokemon in the deck, or visible, my favorite Pokemon. And you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. Also, we were able to have a Q&A session with the Pokemon card art director and 3 artists who actually draw art for the cards. That was super interesting, and I was so incredibly inspired by the discussion. But you know those Pokemon cards with the super and not only that, but she hosted them for a workshop room where she basically we got to meet a piece of genuine history. I felt like I was meeting the president. Also, here's me and Jacob's manual something. Day 3 of our little Pokemon field trip when we were taken to another Pokemon store, this time in Korea, which was also right across from a Nintendo store. It was like a bullet was shot through those credit cards. In a shopping store, we saw a gotcha machine with little miniature Chico poses. I was only interested in one Chico on, but I decided to touch my luck and get it. And I got the first time. Now I had 2 of them. Yes, the original was still in my pocket. Until safely as it was in my pocket for the entirety of this video. I've got pictures to prove it. Jacob's had this awesome picture of the Chico brain taking over. When we were looking around this really the first day of war, it was fighting to get flooded into the venue. We watched the opening ceremony and this is the whole our shopping spree to this point was not that's my rationalization. I'm not with it. Also in the mall were tons of Pokemon vendors straight up playing the World Championships. PCG, Pokemon Go, VGC, the forum created worlds that were and it was so cool to see one of my ages would stop by to watch for a bit before going to I can't explain it, but it just made me very happy. We even got to see Wolfie live on the monitors. How'd he do? He did great. Don't worry about it. Nothing happened. Look, we were just happy to see our friend on the Pokeball screen. Proud of you, Wolfie. You're so cool. The second day of Worlds was hype. So hype that we
left Yokohama and flew to Osaka. I haven't mentioned it yet, but we actually got tickets to see the one and only Hatsune Miku live in concert. The real ones know how huge that is for me. I want to talk about how life-changing that was, but I'm going to make a whole separate video about that experience I'll be posting next. All I'm saying is it was the best day of my entire life. By a lot. Subscribe now before you miss it, just saying. I will mention we did have to take the train to get back later that night and got super lost again. And we never get better at it. Don't expect anything to change in that regard. We did finally get back to Yokohama, crashed for the night, and had a nice slow morning as we got ready for the service later that day. To any One Piece fans who are caught up, we were in Japan for the One Piece anime episode. You know what I'm talking about. 1072. We were able to turn on our hotel TV and watch it live, and that was so cool. I don't talk about how much I love One Piece much, mainly because it doesn't really come up, but One Piece is peak, and it was an honor to be in Japan. It's such an iconic part of the manga and anime history. Anyway, back to Pokemon. Sorry about that. We watched the final BGC match We had filled up all 6 suitcases and multiple backpacks. I didn't mention it, but Pokemon gave us a truckload of gifts that we genuinely had no idea what to do with. We're grateful nonetheless. Thank you, Pokemon. But yeah, the taxi ride was a bit awkward. So are you meeting up with some friends? No. After we got situated in the new place, we decided to look around the area and grab some lunch. And I gotta say, the little hole-in-the-wall restaurant Jacob found was some of the best ramen I've ever had, ever. They even made it vegetarian for me, which was extremely kind of them. Food modifying is a bit tricky in Japan compared to the States, so I was very, very thankful. And it was delicious.
Enthogroup A+4 with MFGM gets you ready with higher IQ and EQ advantage. Learn more. Don't let the holidays swing by. Stretch the enjoyment with every bite of luscious caramel, rich chocolate, and cloud. Enjoy Cloud9 moments this holiday season.
We then proceeded to do absolutely nothing for the rest of the day because we were exhausted from the trip so far. I haven't mentioned absolutely everything we'd been doing on the trip because it would be a lot of, first we did this and it was cool, then we did this and it was cool. Even though it was such a pleasure to be invited, I was so dead and definitely looked super not approachable or friendly to the rest of the group by the end of it. Sorry, guys. But neither time nor Japan stops for anyone, so we had to keep on chugging along. There were a bunch of friends we wanted to see while in Japan, and one of them was Connor. He wanted to take us to what he deemed his favorite Italian place ever. I asked if it was like fancy Italian, to which I was given the answer of no. So we get there having a great time, and suddenly we realized for me. I just like the funny little cartoon bear thing. What? As much as I would like to change this stuff, I'm also not a very outcome person. I think this is working all the time to put as much work as possible so I can have a good experience working style. Something is definitely I wish I could one day where I literally got 300 steps. That's the what the hell are you doing out there? Please stop. Plus, we understand during the hottest, most humid time of the year, the conditions luxury of a building, we would immediately it felt like a slightly worse version of the one in California because the oddly spaced layout and specifically the empty vibe. We got down to a 6-state thing, and as we were walking in, a worker stopped us and said, "Excuse me, this only speaks Japanese," like warning us not to ignore us finally. But I just think the statement of "bitch only speaks Japanese" is hilarious. We went to another one and yep, this only speaks Japanese. Yeah, okay, it was not the best thing we did, but clearly, I didn't notice. And we unanimously deemed the worst of the two. So, next time, just when I just came out whispered cans of they was wait like 5 minutes for them to come back out. My legs are getting itchy just from talking to myself for longer time. And so when they finally came out, but after the first time thinking, man, well, time to have a go. Another, it's still getting a bit comedic. This is just a side tangent, but think of the last thing in the bathroom before the show ended, and came back 3 minutes later, like, dude, this is crazy, but it took me a bit longer to find the bathroom because there was so many extra waiting sections. It was like, wow, it's so smart. There's always such a huge room for the women's bathroom compared to the men's in any scenario. I'm just shocked Japan is like, okay, then we'll make more women's bathrooms if it's not broken. Which is so simple. Implementing such an obvious straightforward solution so instantly more engaging for me. we got on and absolutely did not even touch a drop of the mist because never even not so much wanted to go on, but I think super medicine, so no roller coasters for us, but like shall return one day. The park, of course, had a bunch of cool themed restaurants. One of them being a super cool Rockies restaurant, and it's in the Rockies, but also but we didn't know you needed a reservation, so it was awesome though. I love Rockies. After a few hours of rides and being boiled alive, we decided to fully cool off by going on the Jurassic Park ride. That's just really about it. Continue one. So this is sweet and TV stuff. Found out that one place we thought we could use these towards mixed salmonella to beneficial bacteria. We waited in line for probably a solid hour, and as soon as we were literally stepping foot inside the line, it started pouring rain. Now that's just not fair. I don't even understand how it happened. Whatever. We started buying all the stuff we window shopped as we waited for the one-piece water show. Again, please refrain from judging. I am being vulnerable and open here. By the way, as we were walking around, we stumbled onto a little Mario-themed show just out in a courtyard area. They played some fun little custom songs and had all these dancers alongside the mascots. And Japanese people. The time came and we got to finally for the special live show. And even though Jason and I didn't understand a single part of it because it was all in Japanese, it was awesome. And the costume design is phenomenal. It was a bit unfortunate though because the seats were all in like a half circle formation around the stage. As much as they tried to make the show enjoyable from all angles, it was pretty hard to see the main things going on in the center. My only true complaint though is that Zoro didn't come to our side of it. All the characters rotated around so we could see them, but Zoro only did it at the very end to take a bow. Also, the next being included would have been nice, but okay. By the time we got to enter Nintendo Land, it was like 9 p.m. We got up at 6 a.m. by the way, so we pretty much just rode the Yoshi's Island ride they don't have in the States and headed home because that's all the energy we have left. But even just saying that, it was miles better than the one in the States. Also, we picked up a little dinner at the 7-Eleven near our hotel. 7-Eleven is actually awesome in Japan, by the way. Then I bought them. Just being transparent here. We went to Tokyo and hurried over to the Kirby Cafe. Emily actually booked a reservation for us. She was meant to also be there, but she was only able to get 2 seats and gave them to us as a gift. Emily, I will always be indebted to you for your sacrifice. The cafe itself was so well decorated with all these little Kirby things, and the menu was adorable. I got the star curry and a magical little fruity drink with a Kirby marshmallow that triggers my cute impression. I think I got the pizza and a Kirby burger, but since he made modifications, the staff asked him to not post a picture of the burger to the public. Like, they didn't know he was a content creator or anything. I guess they just didn't want the public to see a naked Kirby burger. We also both dessert. I already decided I was going to consume the Kirby. The presentation was beautiful. It was really the body was some sort of gelatin, which I wasn't too crazy about, but the rest was super tasty. I think he ended up looking like he was in a horrible accident when I grew up in Italian. The guy was a little store consistency. And yeah, what you expect happens definitely happened. We left with full bellies and bags, continued to look around the shopping center with the walking into a grocery store. I am about to be very vulnerable with you here. This was one of the lowest points of my entire life. I walk in, but people beeline it to the machine, obviously. Like I mentioned before, I'm only interested in Kikoa. Sorry's only playing for him. But by the look of the Dr. Dog, I just could not get him. I was going back and forth between the machine and the coin exchange, getting multiples of every other little thing, but no Kikoa. I could feel the wicked flames about me. Probably was right next to the machine I was grinding. But after way too much money, he broke. I got my well-earned horrible trust at that point. I then started looking at all the other machines, putting some coins in a few here and there. I thought that one that had a line of animals playing bands. They were very silly, but there was a little chicken holding up symbols, and I really wanted to get him to do my costume. Animal coins, tiger, elephant, fox. It was happening again. Everything except the one I wanted, which I know more or less that's the one with the gotchas, but it was getting to the point where I was getting the pigeon was dodging me as much as it was. Particularly the next one. But eventually I had to go back to the coin exchange, and as I was about to put in more money, I saw out of the corner of my eye peek out and take a look in horror at all the gachapons that were sitting at the top of my bag. They then raised up their hand and said something in Japanese while shaking their head, and I knew in my heart I was being cut off. No, please, I can stop whenever. Just a few more hits and I'm done. The pigeon's next. I can feel it. Why do you look afraid? What's under the desk? I got kicked out of a gotcha store. I had hit an all-time low. I told my friends, and they said they probably just thought I was going to try and resell them. But I don't even know if that would even make it sound better, knowing I was getting so many that they thought I was robbing them blind. I just wanted my little Chico-on pigeon with symbols. We made dinner plans that night with a friend, and we were just about to grab a taxi and head back to freshen up. But Jacob and I caught sight of a fun anime and goodies shop. Who do we think we are? People with self-control? We make it quick. We rushed in and split it for optimization. As I was looking around, I saw it. A whole section dedicated to Kikoa. It was like someone put a freshly baked pie on a windowsill, and I was suddenly floating over to it. My eyes zoned in, making sure I could every single thing from Kikoa to Kikoa. Eventually, I showed my picture. In my eyes, was that picture I knew it was okay. Where Jacob's eyebrows went up with surprise and maybe a little fear. And as I looked at the photo again, I realized Jacob wasn't showing me a picture of a different Chicoa section. He was showing me a picture of me at the current Chicoa section I was standing in because he thought it was funny. And in my Chicoa brain rot, I didn't even register I was in the picture. I just saw more Chicoa and went obsessive. This is how I either stand by me or leave. No, I don't need an intervention. We left. I looked longingly at the crane machine Chicoas we didn't have time for. It made it in time for dinner. Plus, we ended up in another arcade nearby anyway, and I got myself a chicken on one of those machines. Finally, we were reaching the end of our trip. We spent the last day grabbing lunch with Emily and Divis. There was a cool one-piece scavenger hunt event going on, so we also did that with them. We basically had to walk around Shibuya and find special one-piece trading cards sitting around the area. Special times of the day. This was also hot, and all my clothes were sticking to my body. Letty still was sitting up and down with Vanilla, for joy as he showed me it was coincidentally Chicoa things. I don't know what's wrong with me. All I know is that fear makes me happy. We spent a few hours completing the scavenger hunt, got our special cards, and bid them farewell. Always good to see you guys. Bye-bye. I accidentally sold Divis' umbrella. It looks so fascinating. Do you hear how much I've they've been watching my Instagram stories. Follow if you want to see Brain Rot in real time. Emily, we were leaving in the morning and wouldn't that they just let me keep it, but the side-eye Jacob gave me the rest of the way home. I didn't feel getting back to the apartment. We were like, oh, that's hard. That's not easy. Or a suitcase. It totally we ended up buying 6 suitcases to hold everything we collectively bought. And even then, it was a struggle making it fit. Jacob ended up going professional fitness carry-on and one extra big suitcase, and we're leaving with altogether 8 suitcases and 4 backpacks. We were lucky the taxi driver had a big enough car to fit everything because we didn't have much of a game plan at the beginning. Off to the airport we went, where we checked all of our excessive bags, made a couple things, ordered a flight, and headed home. That trip will go down as one of the best trips I've ever gone on. It felt like it turned into a celebration of everything that makes me me. All of my hobbies and interests, last minute kickoff. We got to do so many incredible things and were given so many opportunities I've never even thought I could be a part of. I got to see so many friends that are normally so far away, ate some of the best meals of my life, and overall it was just and we'll be forever grateful. You may have heard, but a while back, Jacob and their team created a little something called Pokemon Too Many Types. It's just a normal game with Pokemon Emerald, but you might notice some things are just a little bit different. Everyone is talking about how chaotic and fun this game is, and I finally found the time to play it myself. Let me tell you, everyone was right. This was the most insane backwards game in quite some time. And after doing this stuff, I helped myself to a Papio, but not just any Papio. You see, this guy. Smithereens, and with that, have now earned the freedom to explore the world on my own. Yep, it's dawning on me that I have no idea how anything works anymore. Trainers want to release new Pokemon, they're pulling out moves I've never seen before, types don't line up the way I'm familiar with. It genuinely felt like I was playing Pokemon for the very first time again. Weasel is Floopy, Snog is Ice Beam, Machop is fighting Stinky. Probably I'll get out of shower I suppose that makes a lot of sense. Doing this game, I decided not to look at the type chart anymore, which by the way is nice. One thing I had to unfortunately use my brain and logic to figure out every single battle I chose the champion, which may be a bit trickier than you would even guess. For example, he is often turned into a dark gamer Uno reverse type. Naturally, I figured gamer might work similarly to the Stinky type and be weak to water. That makes sense, right? Alright, well, look, I'll get the game. Alright, guys, I'm just figuring out that the gamer has to say against the water type. Maybe Tyler. What? And what?
So, the reason why not only is it gamer type, it is an Uno reverse.
seems. I scooped myself up a cranky, which I can say is no longer watertight, and it was, of course, only to be held by a team-up front with a speedster. I wasn't worried until I realized the hard way that despite its silliness, Hot Wheels still doesn't like crabs, and crabs don't mix with ice. What, this early in a Pokemon game is genuinely so humbling, and I feel like it's I didn't want to decide to have it in the first place, but right back because this isn't a mess up. 11 kids are perfectly healthy after being vaccinated. This time, I'm is typically a rock-type trainer, but she's now studied the wings of the ancient type Pokemon, which I didn't think was different until she completely steamrolled me. I now aware of the threat she had in her back pocket, I was able to navigate the rematch with Travis the Fossil Killer, earning us our very first match. Also, do you know this story? Okay, I just wanted to share that one with you. We took a nice flat local for there got to be lots of things in the local things like a Travis Killer guy and State Line, the gamer, who has a little bit of a feature attached to it.
I wonder if I wanted something else. Hey, please trade.
His silent alarm had been triggered at one of Memphis's most historic family estates, the Snow House. When officers arrived at the sprawling mansion, they weren't sure what to expect and came prepared for the worst. What they walked into was a scene that felt disturbingly familiar. Blood on the floor, a body lying in the grand staircase, and an assault fleeing the wealthy family's home. But when investigators uncovered the truth, the tragedy even harder to comprehend. Just a few places down the The connection between past and present wasn't just real, it was horrifying, leaving family and friends grappling with the cruel irony of how kindness could spiral into something so devastating. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from the very beginning until well after other reported crimes. Today, we'll be talking about the tragic events surrounding Arthur McKay, a member of one of Memphis's most well-known families. We'll dive into how two violent acts, barely mirroring each other across decades, became all the more unthinkable because of who was involved. Join us as we unravel the case that shattered a legacy and left behind questions that still linger to this day. Before we get started, keep up liking how we present this case. We would genuinely appreciate you hitting like and subscribe for us, please. Let's go. Martha McKay's family history was deeply rooted in wealth and legacy. Her great-grandfather, Colonel Robert Snowden, was a Confederate secretary that included the delayed foundation of the family's fortune after returning home to Memphis, Tennessee after the war. He did it by accumulating land and properties and pursuing lucrative business ventures. The Colonel's marriage to Anne Overton Brinkman brought further prosperity to both families. Anne was the daughter of Robert Kenneth Brinkman, a railroad and real estate tycoon responsible for the Peabody Hotel and parts of downtown Memphis. Her father also played a key role in the development of the Memphis to Little Rock Railroad, spurring regional growth and founding the town of Lincoln, Arkansas, named after the family. The family's wealth and influence continued to flourish for generations. Their son Robert Snowden and grandson Robert Snowden II continued to acquire land. By the early 1900s, grandson Snowden II and his wife Grace acquired 1,000 acres of land along Horseshoe Lake, Arkansas.
a location central to his arrest. Horseshoe was a picturesque lake located about 30 miles from Memphis. It was on the lake that Robert and Grace built their home, the Snowden House. During the time the home was transformed into an impressive 6,000 square foot mansion. With its marble floors and grand staircase, it was the crown jewel of the family's life. Initially, the home served as a family retreat, wedding host lavish weddings, summer gatherings, and family celebrations. They had other properties on the 1,000-acre lake as well. Robert and Grace had 5 children who all lived in the Snowden house and eventually went on to start their own families. But when Robert passed away, he left one of his daughters, Sally, the task of managing the estate in his place. Having weathered multiple failed marriages, Sally returned to the 30-county Snowden house to pick up the reins. Under her oversight, the property flourished, transitioning into a venue for weddings, reunions, and other events. This shift marked the house's gradual conversion into a bed and breakfast, a vision that would later be fully realized by Sally's daughter, Martha McKay. But being a rich, prominent family in the community did not make them immune to tragedy. In 1996, Sally Snowden McKay was in her mid-70s. One summer morning in September, she and her 52-year-old nephew, Memphis blues musician Joseph Lee Baker, were at one of their Horseshoe Lake properties. Joseph was very well known and loved in the local music scene, often performing at local venues, and even having performed in the past at the Memphis Country Blues Festival. He lived on the lake with his wife and 3 children, and also taught at the local high school. But on that summer morning, on the lake where the wealthy family had shared so many fond memories, a brutal tragedy took place against the scene of untouchable camera that would shock everyone. Just a few houses down from the Snowden house, at the home Sally and Joseph were in at the time, 16-year-old Travis Lewis had broken in, presumably in an attempted robbery, thinking that no one was home. Travis wasn't just a random intruder. His grandparents actually rented their home from the McKays, and his mother Gladys worked as a housekeeper at the Snowden house. Sid had also once been Travis's high school English teacher. The young teen had a criminal history, including a conviction for assault. Familiar with the family and their routines, Travis saw an opportunity for a burglary. But meeting Sally and Joseph inside the home, it went terribly wrong. Panic set in, and in a desperate attempt to avoid being caught, Travis shot them both. To cover his tracks, he set the house on fire and tried escaping in Sally's car. But that didn't go well either. Travis crashed and flipped the car into a ditch for the life in the house, leaving it left in abandonment. And although he had bashed his head on the roof, he still managed to escape on foot. Back at the scene, firefighters were alerted almost immediately to the fire, which had engulfed the home. After the fire was contained, they discovered Sally and Joseph's bodies. Autopsy reports would later show that they were both shot and killed before the fire was set. Shortly after the murder, neighbors discovered Sally's abandoned car as well. Police launched a search for a suspect matching the story's description. Meanwhile, the relatives of the family members sent photos to the community. It wasn't just that a violent crime had taken 2 lives. It was the fact that it happened in a place so deeply intertwined with the family and the city's history. It didn't take long for authorities to close in on Travis. His fingerprints were found at the scene, and under questioning, he confessed being at the estate, but claimed that he had an accomplice, and that accomplice was the one who actually shot Sally and Joseph. To hold up, the person he named had an ironclad alibi. The evidence pointed to Travis alone, and there was no evidence of anyone else being involved. The prosecution found Travis as a result and faced a possible death sentence, including guilty before trial. He accepted a plea deal, which resulted in him being sentenced to 28.5 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 70% of his time. The McKay family was comfortable with the plea deal, not willing to go through the emotional strain of the trial, particularly since the case had already emerged in the New York following, due to Joseph's popularity on the blues scene. It seemed that justice had been served, but Travis's sentence would not mark the end. After Sally and Joseph's murders, one of Sally's sisters, Edith Snowden Booth, stepped in to take over the family. But then in 2004, shortly before Edith passed away, it was time to hand over the reins to the Snowden house again. This time, to Sally's daughter, Martha McKay. Martha grew up spending the summer in the Snowden house. Those that during summers fostered her love for this. After having mourned the loss of her mother at the hands of Travis, now after living for years on the West Coast, Martha returned to Horseshoe to buy the Snowden house with her family, located just a few doors down from where her mother was murdered 8 years earlier. She meticulously renovated the home, transforming it into an elegant, luxurious bed and breakfast and wedding venue. Known for her charisma, Martha became known as the Lady of the Lake. The Snowden house evolved into a destination known for its upscale vacation homes. It became a popular gathering place for artists, businessmen, and socialites. Under Martha's direction, it became one of Memphis's most sought-after event venues, especially for weddings. In a 2015 interview with Memphis Magazine, Martha reflected on her childhood at Horseshoe Lake, describing it as nothing short of magical, stating, "I felt like I was royalty, with the big house and servants. Everything was fresh from the garden, fresh eggs and all. We even had a peach orchard. We swam every day. It was just ideal." Martha enjoyed hosting events at the estate and became a beloved figure within the local community. To those who knew her, this came as no surprise, as many described her as a kind and compassionate person who genuinely cared for others. And it wasn't just talk. Martha worked hard to ensure her actions reflected her values. She developed a deep interest in Buddhism and eventually embraced the practice herself. Through Buddhism, she focused on letting go of negative emotions as part of her personal growth, focusing instead on its teachings of compassion and forgiveness. She was determined that her forgiveness would be genuine. She fully committed to it, both in thought and in action. So much so that even though her mother and cousin were brutally murdered at the estate in 1996, Martha sought to forgive the person responsible. She started writing letters to Travis while he was in prison. And despite her family's objections, she even visited him regularly, seeking to understand the young man who had taken her mother's life, and feeling at some level that someone else was at least partially involved. But overall, she believed that Travis's actions were those of a scared, misguided boy rather than a cold-blooded killer. Over time, she grew to trust him, believing that he had changed. In 2018, after serving over 20 years behind bars and 70% of his sentence, 38-year-old Travis Lewis was up for parole, and Martha was right there. She'd been a vocal supporter of his early release, in stark contrast to every other member of her family. And, as surprising as it was to everyone that Martha forgave her mother's killer, she took it even further than that, befriending the man who she believed showed promise. When Travis was released, Martha offered him not only a place to live at the Snowden house, but she also gave him a job as a groundskeeper, working alongside his mother, Gladys, who was still employed as a housekeeper there. Travis happily took her up on her offer. She had demonstrated what most would consider the ultimate test of forgiveness. To most observers, including many family members, the decision was foolish at best and dangerous at worst. But the arrangement seemed to be going well, at least at first. Travis kept a low profile, and Martha believed she was playing a significant role in his rehabilitation, helping him get back on his feet. But that didn't last long. Travis's behavior began to change noticeably, alarming even his mother, Gladys. Gladys warned Martha to be cautious, telling her that Travis was slipping back into his old ways. And it wasn't long before her fears were confirmed. Travis had started stealing again. Around that time, Martha had sold one of the estate's extravagant chandeliers for $14,000 in cash. She placed the money in an envelope and hid it within the house. But soon, the cash had mysteriously disappeared. In her diary, Martha admitted that deep down she knew Travis was responsible. There was no one else who could have taken it. Gladys's warning only reinforced her suspicions. With no other option, Martha decided to fire Travis and ban him from the Snowden house, realizing that despite her efforts to forgive and help rehabilitate him, she could not allow him to remain in her life. That decision would lead directly to the devastating and ironic events of March 25th, 2020. On that morning, Martha pressed a silent alarm from within the historic estate that alerted the police. 2 officers were dispatched to the Snowden house. Once there, they saw that the back door was wide open. They went inside to investigate and found Martha's body at the top of the stairs. She had been stabbed and bludgeoned by Travis Lewis, the same man convicted of killing her mother and cousin over 2 full decades earlier. Officers on the scene noticed someone escaping from a second-story window and making a dash for a vehicle. In his attempt to flee, the suspect drove into a patch of mud, getting the car stuck. The escape attempt was eerily reminiscent of the previous murders. Unable to free the car from the mud, Travis abandoned the vehicle and sprinted toward a nearby lake. Officers saw him dive into the water, but never saw him resurface. Inside the Snowden house, officers found a cloth bag filled with valuables resting on a chair near Martha's body, seemingly ready to be stolen. Police determined that Travis intended to steal the valuables. However, it remained unclear whether his plan had initially been to burglarize the home, then killed Martha in the process, or if the main intention was to murder her, and the burglary was simply an afterthought. Law enforcement called in teams with sonar equipment to search the lake. They recovered the lifeless body of Travis Lewis. An autopsy revealed that Travis Lewis had a cocktail of drugs in his system at the time of his death.
Good morning. Guys, yeah, I know. Maybe fresh eggs and milk could help them grow. Some more puppies. Everyday growing moments. One get special one.
This raised questions about his state of mind, whether he had intended to drown or whether he drowned because he was intoxicated. Regardless, Travis Lewis's fate was sealed when they pulled his lifeless body from the water. The man who Martha McKay had forgiven for murdering the person most dear to her and selflessly rallied to help him turn his life around was dead, and so was Martha. The community was shocked that a killer could return decades later and exact the same brutal fate on the forgiving daughter of the person he first murdered was unthinkable. The family was left both devastated and in disbelief. Despite their consistent warnings to Martha to stay away from her mother's killer, they were still left to mourn the loss of their loving, forgiving family member. Martha's cousin and Joseph Baker's grandson expressed his heartbreak to the media, stating, "It feels like a bad dream or deja vu. Like we're right back here again. I'm just beyond sad that this is how things ended for her." With Travis Lewis gone, there would be no trial, no verdict, no courtroom justice. For Martha's family, there would be no final chance to uncover every detail of what happened that morning. Instead, they were left with the harsh reality of a story that had come devastatingly full circle, and the bittersweet knowledge that Martha, despite everything, had stayed true to her values of forgiveness, even in the face of unimaginable loss. What are your thoughts about this case? Martha extended a level of forgiveness and compassion that many of us could not even conceive. But was she actually too forgiving? Or was this just a tragic outcome that no one could have foreseen? Could you have forgiven Travis and allowed him into your home? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. And if you like the way we presented this case, please be sure to hit like and also subscribe so you can be sure to catch our videos as soon as they drop. Mark and Donna Winger tried for 6 years to have a baby, only to receive the devastating news.
Today I'm trying to get evidence. As we sit here washing up all of our clothing to be a little bit more clean, we think that a house with a broken window is not going to cut it if we want to survive the rest of the year.
Saturday, 2005, and Robert offered to leave his 3 sons into the car, putting them on what seemed like an ordinary drive home after a quick dinner at KFC. The drive began uneventfully. Covering the tragic story his lives were forever altered by the actions of someone they relied on. What unfolds in this case is both heartbreaking and unsettling, reminding us how easily trust can be shattered, not just by our fellow humans, but by those we trust the most. And before we get started, if you end up liking our in-depth coverage of this case, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We're incredibly grateful for you. Let's go. Robert Farquharson was the youngest of 4 siblings. He grew up in the small town of Chelsea, located an hour and a half from Melbourne, in Victoria, Australia. Known for being quiet, shy, and easygoing, Robert maintained close bonds with his older sisters throughout his youth. After his sisters moved to Japan for work, they continued to look after Robert, often bringing him along on trips and helping him adjust during his teenage years. Cindy Gambino was kind and generous. She was raised in the town of Birregurra, also located in Victoria. Her childhood was filled with outdoor adventures, including biking rides with friends and exploring the Barwon River. Cindy had a passion for music, especially piano, and a deep love for the ocean. She often wore colored purple, reflecting her vibrant personality. From an early age, Cindy dreamed of becoming a mother and cherished the simplicity of raising children. However, her early life was marked by tragedy when she lost her partner in a car accident. Despite this heartbreak, Cindy remained resilient, determined to build a happy family and create a life filled with love and purpose. Cindy had known Robert Farquharson since they were teenagers. Following the tragic death of her previous boyfriend in a car accident, Cindy found comfort in Robert's steady presence. Their friendship gradually blossomed into a romantic relationship by 1990. While Cindy felt a strong initial connection to Robert, who was well regarded within the local community, her fascination soon faded. Robert was a reliable figure in her life, often giving her rides home from a pub or local disco. Yet despite his constant presence, Cindy did not feel any deep emotional or romantic connection. She later described feelings that she had settled for 7 years. He was reliable and practical, but lacked the passion and chemistry she craved. 6 months into their relationship, Cindy became pregnant. It marked the beginning of challenges between them. Robert was considered by many a mama's boy, having lived at home much longer than his peers. He was already independent. He was drawn to her strength and self-sufficiency. However, the dynamic led Robert to see Cindy more like a mother figure. She wanted her to take care of him in various ways. After being together for about 6 years, Robert and Cindy decided to get married. But even on their wedding day, despite the encouragement from others who were there celebrating the occasion, Cindy had self-doubt. By then they had 2 children, Tyler, and the as their marriage wore on, Robert started to respect Cindy. Her independence and strong willed personality often clashed with her especially towards the children. It provoked them until they became upset, particularly targeting the Robert and Stephen was increasingly strained, with Stephen unwillingly drawn into a conflict. By November 2004, Cindy had reached her breaking point and asked Robert to move out. As she began to move forward with her life, Robert tried to claim that the separation was mutual and that he could only go. In reality, Robert was extremely angry and began stalking Cindy, constantly checking where her car was and who she was with. Those close to Cindy would notice his car passing repeatedly, sometimes circling the block and appearing again. But Cindy was actually moving on. What started out as a friendship between her and Stephen grew into a romantic relationship, and the two of them began dating. Father's Day 2005 began just like any other ordinary day. Cindy started the morning with her and her son spending time with her own father. Later, she took the boys to Robert's house, having prepared a special photo of the three of them as a gift for him. Afterwards, Cindy returned. Catherine back. But he was more cautious this time and didn't allow her to move into his home. Catherine continued to fight even more regularly than before. And he decided that he would turn out more and danger. Even in February of 2000, John had finally had enough of Catherine and his youth. He decided terrifying incidents that he was justifiably fearful that he was going to kill him, including the Once that was secured, as he had done several times in the past, he let his friends and co-workers know that his fear to not come to work the next day would be because Catherine had murdered him. His co-workers pleaded with him to not return home. But something fearful for the kidney felt that he was children. When John arrived home that night, his children were not home. Apparently, Catherine had come by and sent them away to stay at a friend's house for the night. Even though Catherine was not his home either, John decided to stay away from the house as long as he could, staying in a neighbor's home for most of the evening, then returning home about 11 p.m. At some point after John had fallen asleep, Catherine arrived at his home and awoke him to have sex. John fell asleep afterward. The next morning, March 1st, a neighbor was surprised to see John calling the father, he usually left the work on his phone. And since John was never late for work, the co-workers would also be found in their Colorado for the time. One of them went to his home to check on him. After solving that problem, the officers so traumatized that they still struggle to this day to cope with what they saw. Entry to his first camouflage saying, "Shit, and go out to the library." Later autopsy results were still not beyond the years of experience different owners. Catherine had used medical precision to meticulously slice John's heart. The new jury was officially impaneled. However, before court was adjourned that day, the judge was advised that Catherine intended to change her plea from not guilty to guilty. The judge swiftly adjourned for the day and ordered a psychiatric assessment overnight to determine whether Catherine fully understood the consequences of changing her plea of guilty, and that she was psychologically fit to make such a decision.
I was somewhat nervous about this, because I was concerned that if I took a guilty plea, sentence her, she would then appeal to the Court of Criminal Appeal and say she was insane at the time that she made the plea of guilty. I decided that I should get a court expert and examine her. And the psychiatrist came to exactly the same conclusion as the other psychiatrist that had seen her, namely that she was not insane, she was quite sane, but she was bad. The following morning, Catherine arrived at her trial, changed her plea to guilty, and the jury was dismissed from their duty.
As of the making of this video, Catherine has never given a reason for changing her plea. She has also never accepted responsibility for John's murder or her actions afterward. Next came the sentencing hearing. In a bold move by the defense, Catherine's lawyers requested that she be allowed to leave the courtroom to avoid hearing some of the particularly gruesome details of the case. The request was swiftly denied. Then later, as details of the crime scene were being described, Catherine became hysterical and had to ultimately be sedated. When it was time to hand down Catherine's sentencing, the judge did not hold back. He pointed out the extreme brutality of the crime and noted Catherine's complete lack of remorse, stating, "Catherine Mary Knight does not qualify for mercy. She showed him, referring to John, no mercy. The last months of his life must have been a time of abject terror for him, as they were a time of utter enjoyment for her. She has not expressed any contrition or remorse, and if released, she poses a serious threat to the security of society." He sentenced Catherine to life imprisonment, refused to set an eligible parole period, in order that her file be designated as never to be released, which was the first to happen to any woman in prison in Australian history.
This was as bad a case as you got, that she had to go to jail for the term of her life. I can tell you that I found this a very stressful matter. In fact, after it was over, I didn't get enough for about a year.
Catherine Knight is currently serving her life sentence at Silverwater Correctional Complex under maximum security. Considered Australia's toughest women's prison, it's reported that violence erupts daily, and 90% of inmates are drug addicts. Because of the sheer brutality of the crime she committed, Knight commands respect from both the inmate population and even prison staff. She doesn't put up with anything from either the inmates or the guards. If her cell needs to be searched, she demands that she stay and watch. She screams at the guards who frequently possess the castle to just let her stay and to physically restrain her, which is the only alternative when it comes to Catherine and her combative nature. So, while she doesn't actually have a record of violence in prison, not even a single incident, she's in charge and everyone knows it. So much so that her nickname used by the guards is the Boss. As far as her daily curfew goes, it starts each morning at 7 a.m. to prepare for her 4-hour shift making headphones. It's reported to be the most tedious job in prison, involving a huge and very loud production machine. She's monitored constantly, with guards watching her every move. Monitoring, as well as a physical state that is quite contrary to her evil side. She's known as the Nana for being a mediator to other female inmates, often interceding before conflicts escalate, and taking on physical state has turned her cell into a homeless haven, accumulating an enormous amount of trinkets and memorabilia that she has created, crocheted for herself or received from others. Since she's going to be there for the rest of her life, fellow inmates noted that she is able to feel on terms. Convictions have been appealed for sentence,
special until why. Because they should be okay, and it was such an thing. Yes, I will. You're my and truly you're everything you know. Years of the kids, of course. And it's not to bring and I hope you love it too. Working with Mouse is such an aspect with Mouse and I would like to be sexy. Sexy.